Alright. Versus best versus the rest. Hey Sanju, hey Theodore, hey Technic. Wow, you guys are all here right at the beginning. Right, oh yeah, keen to get back to this, to Rat Knight. Yeah, I realized I haven't painted him like maybe a full week. So thought we should get back to him. But yeah, one sec. Let's just see if we can get the lighting on this a little bit better. Yeah, so how have we been? Because I feel like part of the reason why I haven't done this in a week is because I've sort of part of it was I sort of got a little bit lost as to what I was going to do to it next. I'm thinking for the bird head, we'll just paint it metallic, like what we've got going on here, and then just make it look really fucking beat up and rusty and nasty. And then we'll have to... Oh, we were going to do lots of heraldry, like lots of skaven symbols on the panels, and then we were going to really fuck it up with like chipping and stuff. That's right, that's right. Oh, yep, okay. And then there's a lot of other things of like putting warp flame coming through the pipes on the melter, all sorts of things. Okay. Yep, I remember now. I remember where we were. You getting morning shifts? You pray it stays that way? But we use the Outer Wilds OST. I feel like Outer Wilds OST is probably safe to use. I'll just have a quick check. Because the Outer Wilds OST is a banger. It is a good one. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, it'll probably be clear. I mean, fuck it. What's the worst that can happen? Worst thing that happens is I run the Outer Wilds OST and then I just have to take down the stream. Not the, it's not the end of the world. Like I just started it. Oh, because I've got it on shuffle. Yeah, fuck it. Let's start from Timber Hearth. Gotta go from the beginning. Okay. Hello, people. Hey, Silver. New miniatures on Discord. I guess I'll have a quick peek now since we've only just started. Haven't sort of gotten stuck into anything yet. Metal Rises. Ooh, yeah, okay. That was one thing, was I was really keen to get back and start doing Necrons as well, because I finished the Infinite and the Divine recently, and so part of me wants to go and paint Nihilek, but it's like... man... Ah, well. We'll get back to our Necrons someday. At the moment, I want to build out. I want to build out my Knights lineup. Oh, on that note, we finally got the Knights detachment reveals. Looks like it'll be interesting. I'm glad that we finally at least will have options for like diversity in detachments, so that it's not just Noble Lance or run an AdMech hybrid, which fucking nobody has, like realistically. So yeah, I'm very keen to have other things that I can do. Although I'm a little bit, like, I will say, so couple of things that I'm not happy about. Like I mentioned on Discord yesterday, all of the fucking armigers are now are no longer battle line unless you run the armiger specific detachment. Like, why? Like, it makes sense for war dogs, but it just means that you no longer have the option of running 4 warglaives or 4 helverins if you want to do an army based around that cool shit. Little bit annoying. And also no more feel no pains, which means that all of the knights are going to be so fragile. How many points of nids do I have? Not even 1,000. Oh, talking about to Theodore. Question for election: expand your nids, expand your Space Marines, Thousand Suns, Gene Stealer Cults, or should you get into Age of Sigmar or Seraphon? I mean, the Seraphon models are really cool, but if you like, I feel like it's hard to find people who play Age of Sigmar. I personally would say Tyranids or Thousand Suns, but that's my bias. Imagine it's to stop so much armor spam, which was what most were doing. I was talking to one of my friends, and he said that the meta issue. I don't know anything about competitive 40k, but he was saying that the meta issue with Imperial Knights wasn't necessarily armor spam. Hang on, see if I can find what he mentioned. It was I think he said it was 3 lances. Oh, where was it? And it was one of the weird. It was one of the weird ones that. It was another Forge World. I think it was another Cerastus Knight. Where are we? I was talking to him yesterday about it. Surely I can find it. Atropos, yeah, it was 3 Atropos, 3 Lances, and a Canis Rex. Apparently, was the meta abuse. That's what he was saying to me. Again, I don't know shit about competitive. Did they officially add Cerastus Knights to the Codex? I'm not sure yet. I sure hope they will. Seeing as, like, they've given plastic kits to some of them, so they should be in. Like, they should be coming in. Because they gave, I know that the Atropos, I don't think they gave... Oh, I don't know, the Atropos is a variant build of the, oh wait, no, is it? No, it's not. It's a weird one. So, the Castigator and the Acheron, one kit, and then the Lancer is a different one, but those ones at least have plastic kits, so you would expect that they'd be in the Codex now. But I'm not sure if the Atropos would be. They remove 1/3 of the army because they're not in 40k boxes. It cripples so much of the coolness of the army. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like they physically can't afford to put Imperial Knights in Legends, because it would actually just delete the ranges of both armies. And also, I don't know if you guys saw the thing I posted, the fucking, oh man, of the Warhammer community post that they did, talking about, like, where they were hyping up the new Imperial Knights stuff, before they did the datasheet reveals, or the datasheet reveals, where they were talking about where they were like, there's Imperial Knights come in many shapes and sizes, and it's like, there's 5. There's 5. Like, they're acting as though there's so many different ways you can build your Imperial Knights, and it's like, no, there's 5 Imperial Knights, and you can give them different guns. There's 5 of them though, And then they say, oh, there's many different ones. We're going to talk about the Questoris. And then they spent the rest of the fucking post talking about the Questoris. Knight, little knight, tall, lanky knight. Yeah, bulky knight. And then there's slightly chunkier regular knight. Because you got little knight, you got chunky knight, you got slightly chunkier knight, you got tall, skinny knight, and then you've got tall, fat knight. Because the Dominus ones are a slightly different chassis. They are big. They are bigger than your Questoris. Like, it's barely, but it's a different frame. Hello, hello. Hey, Twisted. Okay, yeah, let's get going at least. Let's get started. Oh yeah, yesterday, I was bored on my day off, so I spent some time actually fixing up the color of the armor paneling on my, what's it called? Fixing up the color paneling on my... What is it called? My Acheron that I was doing in Iron Warriors theming. And so he's looking like this now. It was sort of weird to get the color correct in the white box for him. But oh my god, that's massive. But yeah, basically, because he was originally just done in lead belcher, so the metallics were a bit too light. So yeah, the light box isn't quite showing it there, but I darkened the metallic panels a little bit. I'll see if I can get a different one where the images show a little bit better, where the color shows a little bit better on the panels. This one here, balance is a bit different, but might be better. Maybe, no, it's still not great. What's this one like? That one's better. I think you can definitely see the darker tones on the panels a bit better there. But yeah, because he was very light silver before, so I want to work on this guy sometime soon as well, because I think this will be a lot of fun. Also, hang on, let's just get the one that I took from behind, because holy shit, every time I see him, I can't get over how fucking nice it looks with all of the rivets on his back here. Look at that shit. I know, I'm a god. It's so good though. Man, yeah, I really need to go back and finish working on this guy. Paint your rivets, gamers. Paint the rivets. It's so good. It makes it incredible. It's fucking awesome. The best. This is my special interest, is painting the rivets on knights. Unfortunately, this knight fucking sucks on the tabletop. Why did they give a Titanic unit a flamer as his main weapon? We'll never know. Anyway, anyway, let's actually go back to paint. Let's actually start painting. What copper slash brass is that? You won't believe what I'm about to say, Sunju. That, my friend, is Hashut copper, the best metallic there is. No, okay, so for the rivets I used Hashut copper. For the trim, I used a different one. The trim I used Vallejo Air Rust, which is a little bit, it's not as bright as the Hashut copper. It's very similar, but it's a bit brassier. Well, it's probably a bit bronzer, where Hashut copper is a bit brassier. Okay, let's actually do some work. I think do we want to do the red paint paneling on the side of the chainsword as well? I think we probably should. And then from there, maybe used on your world leaders in a year or so down the line. Yeah, so Hashut Copper is just my favorite gold adjacent there is. But yeah, for a more sort of bronzy metallic, the Vallejo Air Rust is really nice. Unfortunately, it's an air paint, so it really sucks to get even coverage on. But I mean, we can probably go into that in a bit more depth when I'm actually painting my guy. I'll show you the colors that we've used and where we've used them. But I think in the meantime, let's paint this guy's face, and let's start working on some Skaven heraldry, like some symbols of the horned rat and some shit like that, and then we can start really fucking up his panels, and then go through and see what else there is to do. You're on your 5th color change of the evening with your airbrush. Oh yeah, Silver. Oh, sorry, not Silver. Twisted. Yeah, sorry. It's because I read both of your messages at the same time, and then I wanted to address both of them. So yeah, Twisted. I saw the photo you put in minis. It's coming along really nicely. I like the additional little like green glow you've started putting through on the chest as well there. And Silver, I was going to say, so have you? Because I know ages ago you were talking about how you were working on your own basing textures and stuff. So have you been having some success with your sort of the progress of making your different paints and stuff? Because if so, nice. Okay. Yeah, let's get started on our metallics. Oh yeah, also I ordered a bunch of makeup sponges to use for sponging, because the sponge that I currently have is pretty porous, so it's good for use on things like the Skaven here, where I want them to look really fucked. But I wanted to try sponging on things like my Eldar vehicles, just to see if I can help speed it up a bit. And for that, I felt like a really high density sponge, like a makeup sponge, would help for much smoother transitions and stuff. So we might try that out on our fire prism at some point when we get back to it. This playlist better include the DLC Traveler's song. It's the official Outer Wilds original soundtrack. I don't know if they updated the OST or not. Just looking through it, it appears to be just base game stuff. Well, I don't know if the Ancient Glade is a region from the original game, or do you think the Ancient Glade refers to the end game sequence where it's all dark and you're like collecting the people? I'm trying to sort of keep things relatively vague, but I feel like that could refer to Ancient Glade, otherwise that could be DLC. Truth be told, I haven't played the DLC, because I played the original game way before the DLC came out, and then I just didn't end up playing the Echoes of the Eye when it came out. I've seen like one of my when I was watching one of my friends play through the game, the original game, on Discord for the first time, and he accidentally stumbled into the DLC area, and like myself and my friend who were spectating were like, "What the fuck? Where is this?" And then my friend was like, "Oh, hang on, this is the DLC area. Okay, I guess I'll turn back." But yeah, I should probably go back and play through the DLC at some point. Maybe I do that on stream at some point when I'm more caught up with my painting. Yeah. We'll start by just making this guy's face what it is. And I think what we'll do is we'll really just nail his face with a shitload of rust pigments, so dry pigments and that sort of thing. Make it look as fucked up as we can. And then we'll seal it with a matte varnish or something. And then we'll do some green glow out of the eyes, maybe. Or maybe some red glow. I don't know. Maybe red glow, because that's like... We don't want it all to be green. We still want to get some, like, scary, like, beady little skaven eyes coming through. I should do a tabletop simulator stream, because you wouldn't wish recording battle report on your worst enemy. Do I have tabletop simulator? I do have tabletop sim, but at the same time, I don't like the idea of playing 40k on tabletop sim doesn't really appeal to me. I do like the idea of doing battle report stuff, but yeah, I fully understand how fucked it is to do that. I watched a video from like semi-recently from like the battle report channel, the OG, like the big one. It was like a video that they uploaded somewhat recently where they were sort of going through their setup, and it's insane. They had like 7 different camera angles. And it makes sense that you'd need that many camera angles to make, like, to actually be able to see the table consistently. Because you'd need to have your multiple different wide angles to make sure you have a full view of the board, and then you'd need to have either someone walking around constantly getting nice close-ups, or you just need to have several static camera angles that are permanently in focus on different sections of the board so that you can cut to them as required. And yeah, as it stands, I've got 2 cameras and a mobile phone, and I don't really have a setup yet. Like I don't exactly have a space that would work for recording them. It's good to practice lists and models you might want, not just to paint, but also for gameplay. Yeah, I mean, at least for me, that's not as much of an issue because I run Imperial Knights, so since everything runs on the same chassis, if I ever want to test models, I can just say, okay, hey, for this game, can my Cerastus Acheron please be a Cerastus Lancer instead? And then the boys will be like, yeah, go for it. I haven't done that yet, but thankfully, all Imperial Knights are the same fucking model. I say thankfully. This is the one situation in which it works for me. Also, the other day when I was looking at the Armiger Moirax, I didn't realize, I knew it was I knew it wasn't a mainline kit, but I didn't realize it was still resin. Insane that there's a resin Armiger. Like, why? Like, if I ever want to run an Armiger Moirax, I'm just 3D printing the weapons. Like, fuck that. Just dropped your spare bits box on the floor. Rip. Yeah, I'm not organized enough to have a spare bits box yet. Wait, would it be organized or disorganized to have a, actually, I guess it depends on how you run the spare bits box. If I were to have a spare bits box, it would not be organized. Okay, so its face is silver. I think from here what I might do is I might just stipple some of the silver in the section behind his head there. And then we can... I don't know. Okay, I need to pull up some references of Skaven symbols on the right-hand side. Skaven clans. Let's get the full list of all the different Skaven clans on my right-hand monitor. Oh my god, that's a 5200 by 6300 image. Let's go. Open a new tab. Where are you, Clan Scryer? Right at the start. Huge. Actually, do we want it Clan Scryer or Clan Moors? We can probably do both. Made by Clan Scryer, bought by Clan Moors. Clan Scryer's got a lot of symbols that we can work with, though. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. And the colors, brass, green, white, red details. Okay, so I'm thinking we try to get some Skaven symbols running along the side of the blade here. How we're going to do that, I haven't quite figured that out. I think maybe what we do is we go for the sort of stained, like white, greenish, colors that well, actually, oh, because how does that work with Night Heraldry? Because I think the way like real historical Night Heraldry works is what they alternate between color and metallic, don't they? So if you have a color as a backdrop, the color that needs to be adjacent to it needs to be some kind of metallic, and you alternate to keep it readable. So if it's red, then your next color will be white, because white is a proxy for silver. And then you can have blue inside that, but you can't go red straight to blue, for example. Like if you're not necessarily for patterning, but for when you've got the heraldry sitting on the banner. So if we were to do that here, it would need to be either green and then we can have white on top of that, or we can go white and then green. That could work, or white and then red would work. I think green and then white would work. Yeah, green and then white. Let's do that. I think this will be a good green for Skaven. We don't want saturated shit. Yeah, we can sort of mottle it between these, I reckon. I reckon that's the way to go. We can probably afford to go a bit smoother, because at the end of the day we are going to be breaking it all apart. Another night like board, Prince of House Bombar, Pilot of Night Quest, or the Shell of Island, but a rat. Another night. How long has this one been? This one we've only spent 2 days working on, surprisingly. So, yeah, doing pretty well on this one, Commissar. How you going, by the way? Been a little while. Oh yeah, this is a great Skaven green. Love this. Going well, playing Helldivers since it's on Xbox now. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, there may come a day when I go back and play Helldivers again. I think in order for me to feel like it's worth it, I need to wait a long time though. I need the game to be significantly different from the last time I played it before I can come back and like feel like it's enjoyable. Because I want to be able to at least get a week of gameplay out of it before it falls off again. That would be like that would be my my bar that it needs to pass. I will say though, I had gotten so much time or so much fun out of Helldivers, specifically just doing my favorite build, what me and my friends referred to as the Rubber Boys. It's just where you run the only Tesla weapons and the armor that makes you take reduced damage from getting shocked. So you just put down Tesla towers. You've got the Tesla shotgun. You've got the arc thrower, and it's just tasing everything. Easily the most fun that game has to offer. Like when shit hits the fan and you're just tasing each other and falling over, it's the best fun you can have in Helldivers. There's something that's stuck in the paint there that's really annoying me. I think it's a bit of sponge or something. You've been getting into Seraphon, Lord Croak could 1v1 the Emperor, because during Armageddon, Lord Croak used so many spells at once, the universe lied, like a Minecraft server when you spawn 1,000 stacks of dirt. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, the lizard men are fucking crazy. They are made by the old ones, and the fucking, what are they called? Are they called the Slan? Surely they're not called the Slan. There's something like that. The frogs in the chairs, those guys are insanely powerful. Like, they are world-shaping demigods, basically. And is Lord Croak, is he like the only one of the he's like the only remaining is he first or second generation Slan? He's basically the last one of the really fucking powerful ones. It's really fun playing. Is Lord Croak in Total War? He is, isn't he? It's one of the really powerful Slan is in Total War, and he's so fucking fun because you're just nuking people like across the map. He's just like floating around on his chair, blasting the shit out of people. He's the last in the first generation. There's 5 second gen left. I see. Okay, yeah, okay, because it was like the first gen are like capable of actually like shaping the world, and then it's like second gen are like capable of shaping like mountain ranges and stuff. So they're still really powerful, but they're not at the point of being almost a god. Second generation move the Earth's orbit. Right. Third made the seas. Yeah, like, the thing is, I still strongly prefer old world lizardmen to the Seraphon, because, like, the Seraphon sort of, like, they're not really the lizardmen anymore. I know that some of the old world style lizardmen made it to Age of Sigmar, but a lot of the Seraphon are just like these dudes that they're like, they just beam down from space to fight chaos. Not exactly what I like. That's not really the same fantasy of like the same fantasy of the lizardmen that we were sold originally. Like, it's similar, but it's a little bit, it's less personal, you know? Like, you don't really like the lizard men anymore, like, as people. It's more just like, okay, yep, this is a force of nature. Yeah, I reckon we can probably afford to bring in some of this green paint elsewhere as well. I like it. Maybe green paint underneath our Ratman here, seeing as he's going to be in Clan Moore's red. So if I have the green accent paint underneath him, it'll sort of help break it up a bit. There's some of recolonized land and made it back into Lizardman colonists. Yeah, and I'm aware of that, but it's just sad that the, like, Seraphon overall, they're just these weird, like, these weird dudes that just show up, do their thing, and then leave. At least the Skaven are as pure and wonderful as ever in Age of Sigmar. GW understood that the Skaven are the single best thing they ever made in any of their settings. The only original thing to come from from Games Workshop. Also, their models are actually cool now. Yeah, no, the Seraphon models are very cool. Okay, so yeah, I reckon all of the all the panels that we're doing as green, we'll be able to get some really nice Skaven symbols going. The red ones, I think, will be harder to go with. They'll be harder to achieve, but hopefully should still be doable. And I'm not too fussed about getting it solid. I like the sort of mottled color that we get from the red peeking up through it. Um, yeah. The big thing is just going to be trying to get a nice balance of the red and the green, because with all the really strong reds, it doesn't feel super Skaven. Again, I've mentioned this, but like when we really weather it and beat it all up and knock it all back, I think that should really help. But cleaning up some of the strong colors should go a long way. I just don't know how much we want to get rid of. This will probably be enough, honestly. That, and then we'll get some on this gun as well. But I think all the other armor panels can probably afford to stay the same. And then this should give us plenty of room to work with for getting some nice Skaven symbols before we come back and sponge some chipping all over it and make it all illegible. Sent the Godzilla color scheme in Discord. Yeah, I'll check it out in just a minute. Just want to make sure I get a nice smooth coverage on this so that it's easy for me to do the symbols before I go and fuck it all up. Also, where are the elves that ride dinosaurs in 40k? Unfortunately, the Exodites, they never leave their homes, so there is literally like no way to justify playing them. Like, there's no way to justify having them on the tabletop outside of them being invaded. At least with all of the other factions, they, to a degree, they will, of their own volition, go to battlefields. But the Exodites, they only ever fight when people are trying to steal their house. You don't care? They're so cool. They are cool. I love them. They're really cool. But they're shut-ins. Expand Eldari to include them. That could be cool. Turn the Harlequins into an Imperial Agents style faction. Just allow you to run like it'd have to be renamed from Harlequins to something. Well, actually, they're not even a separate faction, are they? They're a detachment. That allows you to run Harlequins. Oh, no, it's just Harlequins are a unit type in them, and there is a detachment that lets you focus on them. Right, yeah, that's how it works. Oh yeah, you guys think that GW will do the classic move of release the Imperial Knights data slate, or release the Imperial Knights Codex with some nerfs to their stuff, and then a week later when they update the data slates, nerf Imperial Knights again? Or do you think that they'll be sentient enough to just push all of the nerfs in the Codex so they don't have to ruin everything? So they don't have to break our heart twice and invalidate their book instantly. But you, as you take Exodites, you the Inari and some of the other 3 elf faction units and make that Imperial Agents. True. What is this part? What the fuck? Why? I don't remember the kazoo rendition of the Outer Wilds theme. What is going on? What ending do you have to get fucking serenaded with kazoos? Because I thought that I got I thought that I got all of... I thought that I had... Oh wait, Break the Universe song banger. Wait, is this I thought I got a Time Paradox ending. But I don't remember the kazoo serenade. Like I got the I don't fuck, it's so hard to explain without potentially spoiling people who haven't played the game before. But like I had gotten a Time Paradox from when from when you do the Ash Twin project, that stuff. Break the space-time continuum with the mini black white holes. I didn't do that. I didn't get that one. I know that one. I didn't end up doing that one. I got one where I had a thing happen in Ash Twin, and that broke. I managed to break the space-time continuum that way, but I didn't do it with the black and white holes that were on Ember Twin. Broke the loop, then died or something, bad ending. It was more the way that it happened for me. It wasn't I didn't break the loop and then die. That one did not happen. I managed to get the run perfect in that regard. What happened for me was I had one where I died inside. Like my run ended right as I got in, and before I could break it, and then that caused a paradox. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to say too much in case other people play it or are playing it. But it's like, yeah, it was a different one. Although I don't think that gave an ending actually. I think that just. Yeah, I think that just caused an interaction on the following run. And paint thing quick yes, or quick yes. Maybe we will see how quick it is. Okay, I think we're probably good to start doing our heraldry. You know, did you create a clone by any chance? I did. That did happen, and I was a little bit confused. Yeah, because the thing was, I spent so many hours trying to figure out how to get in, and then managed to fluke my way in right at the end of the run, before, like, when I technically shouldn't have been able to. I like mistimed it, but managed to get in anyway. Nearly got sucked out through the roof, but managed to get in, and then I was kind of just like rushing through, trying to scan as many things as possible so I could read them the next time. Okay, but let's see. What should we do our skaven symbols in? I think this one is more the sort of color we want, like that more just browny color. Yeah, I reckon this is what we want. You forgot there was a place of time black hole appears. Never fell in, luckily. Yeah, that was a confusing one. Okay. I think we go one step smaller on our brush. Let's see if we can get some nice skaven symbols going. First of all, let's actually just test to see if this color is going to show up nicely on the green in the first place, because I completely ignored my own heraldry analysis, and I'm just deciding to go with red on top of the green, but it might not be that legible. So let's just try on the back here. Can always wipe it away if we don't like it. I don't know how legible that's going to be. I think it might be fine for the for use on the fabric, because we want it to look faded anyway. You know what, fuck it, it's Skaven. They don't know how to make legible heraldry. And also, this is on there now, so let's just go with it. Wait, you don't have a Switch? You can play Outer Wilds. It's not a Switch exclusive. Outer Wilds is on Steam. I wasn't even aware it was on Switch. If it is, it's on everything. Yeah, it's a absolutely phenomenal game. Okay, let's get some Clan Scryer symbols going. Just assumed it was a Zelda game exclusive to the Switch. No, it's a cool space game. Yeah, it's a very cool space game. This is probably one of the least Skaven looking symbols that I've tried to replicate. Trust me, the original version of this symbol actually looks quite Skaven-y. This is hideous. It's fine. We'll make the other ones look better, and then this won't be as noticeable. Okay, guess we want to go like this. It's a long, flat thing at the top. To there. The fact that there are ripples in this banner as well makes it a little awkward because I'm getting different thickness lines as the banner comes towards the... I nearly said towards the screen. I guess the screen view, towards my eyes. This is hideous. Perfect description for Skaven. It's a good thing. Unfortunately, I wanted it to be... the Skaven symbols, they are hideous, but the thing is, Skaven symbols are also incredibly clean. Like, they're jagged, but they're clean. Didn't realize I was freehanding on the loincloth. Look, mate, I'm painting a knight. I'm going to freehand as much as I can. Okay, this, the composition on this one is a little awkward to build out, because I'm really bad at keeping things nice and even. But because this one's got a few bits that just come out of different sections here. So there's a thinner arrow that comes down here. And then like this. That's pretty good. And then the last one for this symbol is a nice thick line that closes the triangle. I say it closes it, it still has some bits sticking out the back. But this is going to drop down the full height. Like that. And I think one thing we can do to make this look nice and clean is all of these have a little wedge tip on them. And then if I pull that wedge tip up, I don't think it's that noticeable. I know it's there though. I think that's better than the first one we did. Again, not super noticeable. And I think that for our other panels, we should do the the symbols in black or something a bit more noticeable, and then maybe we can just run a thin red line through the middle to make it pop. By the way, this track on the Outer Wilds soundtrack is giving me PTSD. I was tormented by this shit. Okay, for this bottom one, let's just do the regular, the iconic one. Like the upside down triangle. The classic Skaven symbol. I forgot when this goes off. Is it the end bit? No, it was the, it's the homing beacon. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's the quantum moon. That's what it is. It was the quantum moon. I just realized I made this line too shallow. So the, too shallow of an angle. So the symbol is going to be misshapen. The end bit when all the quantum chunks are flying with lightning. Yeah, that too. I think it also plays then. Stressful shit. Love games that have so many little details that you'd miss if you didn't explore and read. Yeah. It's just cool that it's a game that it is theoretically possible to accidentally finish it the very first time you start without finding any of the details. You have to be insane to guess the chords. Yeah, well, I mean, it's so much shit that you, like, would have to actually just accidentally stumble on. Like, it would, like, chances are impossibly low, but it's just, it's so cool that you don't need to find the stuff to finish the game. Like, none of it is gated like that. Yeah, this is a really messy Skaven symbol. Ah, well. Look, we don't have to talk about it. It's because I made the left-hand bit too shallow. If it was steeper, it would be a better triangle. Because it's meant to be an equilateral triangle, but it's not. Damn it. And I did this on the most important part of it as well. Oh, yeah, that's pretty ugly. Maybe I can make it look faded and less noticeable. You say it needs to be pushed brighter? No, the issue is I don't want to push it brighter because the shape is wrong, and that's what makes it look bad. If the things were cleaner, then I'd be happy to push it brighter, but I want to push it back so that it is less noticeable. Let's see. Yeah, Earthshade will be good for hiding this shit. Yeah, we hide our mistakes. Yeah, I reckon some heavy grime will be good for masking it. Because it sort of breaks up the shapes enough that you can't quite tell how uneven and inaccurate they are. Yeah, I like that. One of your friends gave you 1,000 Suns Rubric Marine, just finished painting, be honest, how's it look? Let's have a look, see what you got. Ah, still uploading, I see. If I'm being honest, Theodore, I have no idea. It's hard to see. Unfortunately, the camera is still not incredible. My honest reaction is I don't know. Oh wow, yeah, looking really good there, Silver. The heat on the muzzle of the gun is crazy. Okay, yeah, we'll let that dry. Oh, actually, shit, I need to punch out these holes so that they don't block up. Yeah, we don't want those blocking, because that will be bad. Can probably afford to use a bigger brush to clean that out. There we are. And then there was another hole somewhere. Well, I don't remember where it is. There's one up high, and then there's another down low. Oh, that's it there. Okay, that one's going to be a painful one to get. There we are. Okay, now we let that dry. And we can go back to trying to do symbols. Now, do we think we try to do the symbols in the red like we've got there? Or do we try to do them in a black of some kind? Maybe if we just... Maybe we mix the red with a black just to really darken it, but still keep that stronger tone. That will probably be a better way to go about it. Because I think the issue is that the red doesn't quite contrast against the green in the way I want it to. But if I just get the... if I make it really dark, we'll be able to get it to the point where it sticks out, but it still has that, that reddy hue to it. Checked out Battletech. I am aware of it. I've never really looked into it. Yeah, I think a really dark red-brown, like what I'm getting mixed up on my palette now, will probably be nice for the symbols. Gotta go to bed, 9:12, you have an early morning tomorrow? Righto, well I will catch you later, Theodore. Oh, sorry about the knuckle cracks. Felt good, though. Okay, so these are going to be some very tiny symbols that we're about to do. Let's see if we can get anything looking nice. Okay, let's just start with the classic. This is an awkward one to reach. Somehow my brush was dry before I even reached the model. It's looking good so far. And now I just need a nice solid cross piece. I think it's a bit small. Fuck. Okay, yeah, I think I was planning on doing like lots of them in a line. But I think I'm not neat enough to be able to do this sort of thing with lots and lots of symbols. Maybe, no, I think we can do it. I think we need to go a little bit larger, but I think it's doable. We persist. The important thing is persisting. Now, I realized as I picked this symbol to do that it does somewhat resemble a particular historical symbol which has been misappropriated by some less than kind people. But I would just like to emphasize that this is not a swastika. I know it might look somewhat similar. But that was not the intent. It is a boomerang, exactly. Okay, I've given up on trying to copy existing skaven symbols. I'm just making shit up. I think as long as we keep somewhat triangular themes going. Like Skaven symbols have a they have pretty recognizable patterns. I reckon they should be we should be able to get some somewhat Skaven-esque symbols without directly copying existing ones. Never mind, that looked absolutely atrocious. I think we should just stick to this one because I can do it, and then figure out how to do the regular one correctly. And from there we can like just so there's the suggestion that there are symbols. I think that's the way to go. Rather than going for the more complex ones, because we're gonna mess up the paint job anyway. It's just so that it looks like there's something underneath the damage. think that one's better than my previous attempts at the symbol. Still not amazing, but it's better. Yeah, still not quite an equilateral triangle. It's more lopsided in that direction. It's a bit leaning, but it's more legible. Yeah, okay. It looked shit, but going from this round to this side, at least it looks populated. And yeah, they'll we'll get rid of most of this, I reckon. The ones that we'll want to put effort into will just be big versions of the symbols up here. Venom throat glue base is done. Much less of a mess of the of them rim. Made such a mess of the rims. Right. Yeah. I feel like I should use glue for like my bases more, because I used it to pretty good effect on one of my armager's bases for the like, because I had a Khorne berserker which I mangled the shit out of. Like I chopped him apart and like made him, like, chopped his arms and legs apart so I could pose him as being like a corpse against a skull pile. And then I made some pretty good use of PVA glue to look like blood pooling out of his leg and then freezing on the ice lake. So yeah, I should really use glue more. It's really helpful. Fleshy meat effect, yeah, it's really nice. Because since it dries somewhat clear, as well as if you don't heap it too thick when you're applying it, you can get it to dry clear, and then you can put contrast paints over it. Will say you do quite like the Venom throat models. Weren't sure, but you like them their own way. Can't think of what they look like off the top of my head, so I'll look them up after I finish up this this panel here. I'm sure I've seen them, but I always forget what all the different models look like. Maybe we go for a clean triangle this time, rather than the regular. Broken one. And then let's run a break through the middle. And give it an arrow. Nah, okay, yeah, it's Skaven. We can't have clean triangles here. They need to extend beyond the ends. It's an alternative build of the Zoanthrope, long tendrils and whips. Venom Thrope. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually don't think I've seen people building them. It is quite neat. Yeah. Yeah, not a huge fan of what we've managed with this, but I think it's fine. I think the less ordered, just sort of scattering of tiny symbols is fine in its own right. It's really hard on this panel because it's like not that accessible. I think it'll be easier to do on the side of the gun here. They're a bitch to build, and the tendrils are hard to angle in a way that won't make them impossible to sit next to anything else. Oh yeah, actually I can imagine that. So they in the images that I saw, they were stretched out so far in front. I do think that for this, having lots of tiny little symbols, just make it look like a bunch of different rats came together and just scrolled shit all over it, is probably the way to go. Unfortunately, the jockey is really cramping my style here. Oh man, can I save this? The abrasion of my thumb is enough to save it. We're chilling. They're very unique looking though, and gameplay wise seems one squad of 3 is all you'd ever need or want. So I assume the Venomthropes are non-psycho alternatives. Just from the sounds of it. Okay, this seems like the better angle to paint his stuff. Anti-infantry, they release gas clouds that cover the battlefield in fog. I see. Interesting. Dropping out of school. Actually, Mac, or you just stressed out? Just not enjoying it? You just want to. Yeah, it can be like that sometimes. You've covered all within 6 inches and stealth to all non-monsters in 6 inches. Interesting. I guess that's probably pretty helpful for Tyranids, since Tyranids are generally quite squishy. So a nice way to sort of preserve your dudes as they're pushing up. 20 points though, so a bit steep for what they do. My brain is not wired to understand Tyranid point costs. 70 seems so cheap for me. It's like, even Eldar point costs are really awkwardly high. Like, I can't get any, like, the cheapest Eldar unit I have is a Spirit Seer, and that's like 65, I think. Beyond that, it's like, everything is like 85 or 90. Your head Macho Swarmlord is 200. Yeah, that is a painfully cheap main guy. Like when I was first building my my Eldar, I looked at the Avatar of Cain costing 300 and I was like, man, that's cheap for the Avatar of Cain, no? Because he's cheaper than all of the big Imperial Knights. Every big knight is more expensive than the Avatar of Cain. Why Genestealer so hard? Genestealer painting nerf when? What do you mean? What does this mean? I'm thinking Carroburg Crimson over the green panels might be good. I'll have to give it a try. Jack, Jack, hey everyone. Hey Gavin, how you going, mate? Carroburg Crimson Peak once again. Yeah, hopefully. I'm not sure how well it'll go on the on like armored panels because it's so good for flesh, but I don't know how well it's going to translate onto painted surfaces. I think it'll be the right sort of tone though. Okay, that is definitely not a skaven symbol, whatever the fuck I just did there. Whoops. But it's not in a particularly noticeable spot, and again, we'll be fucking up most of this anyway. It's just to give some kind of texture to the green sections before we ruin them. Maybe let's just have a look at some different Skaven clan symbols, just see if we can get some ideas for other things to draw. Because the Scryer ones are all very similar to each other. Now Rictus has got a nice variation on the main Skaven symbol. Nice and simple. But unfortunately, it involves the main Skaven symbol, which I suck at drawing. Was I choosing a red-themed Skaven clan? So the original intention was it's being piloted by a member of Clan Moors, but it was made by Clan Scryer. So that's where the greens are coming from, is Clan Scryer. And also because Clan Scryer are the ones that make all the cool shit, outside of Clan Mulder, who make all of the cool guys. But Clan Moors are, like, they're lots of storm vermin and stuff. So thought it sort of fit for the guy on the shoulder. And they're very red themed. Yeah, on one hand, I want to make these symbols more solid so that they're easier to see, but on the other, that would involve retracing them all, and also, I'm gonna cover up a lot of this anyway. It's just to give, like, the suggestion of the shit underneath anyway. And also, I think it being sort of messy and not necessarily super clean means that, well, I feel like it sort of communicates that it was lots of different rats that drew these, rather than it just being, like, printed on. It sort of, it kind of communicates how they got there. I don't know. Maybe that's just me trying to justify it looking bad. It's also insanely clean how well that Skaven fits. Yeah, it's quite satisfying how his foot wraps around the spike on the shoulder there. then I reckon we do one more of the not swastikas on the on this panel here. And then that should be good for this gun. Let's just see if we can rotate it around to an angle where I can actually reach it. I think this should be okay. Like that. Probably a slightly longer arm like that. And then another one over here. Pull it out to about there. When will I stream myself repairing automobiles? Not one of my greatest skills. So, if that ever comes to pass, I feel like it will probably be sometime in the distant future. Okay. And now we just need to do this on this shoulder panel. And I think this one's going to be the most annoying one to do because I'm not fully sold on how I want to do it on this shoulder panel. I know I said that I wasn't too fussed about it being super smooth on that shoulder panel, the green coat, but I might actually come back and just do another thin coat of green on there. Just because I don't necessarily like the red peeking through underneath. So it's going to be a very thin green just to smooth it out a little bit for the paint to go over the top of. And then while we let this dry, we can go and put the Carroburg Crimson on the other green sections to start sort of breaking it apart. Yeah, we'll let that dry and then we'll come back and do our symbols on there. So in the meantime, let's give the Carroburg Crimson a shot. I'm still not super certain if it's going to be the right sort of hue we want going over our green panels. So, as always, we'll start somewhere inconspicuous. I don't think we want it. It sort of just turns it all brown. Or maybe if we do want it, it has to be very thin. Maybe that's what we do, is we do very thin Carroburn Crimson, and then we'll come back with a thicker thing of Agrax Earthshade over the top of that. For the actual discoloration. Yeah, I think maybe we just use the Carroburn Crimson for staining, rather than actual coloring. Just to give it that little bit of irregularity. And then we really go for the coverage with the Agrax Earthshade, and then after that, we come back with some sponging. Vote Dark Souls 2 for the next OST. Are FromSoft chill with... are they chill like that? I feel like when it comes to Japanese companies, they are a bit less chill about their copyright. Would seem no. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. I got a strike from them killing Soul of Cinder Wild. Yeah. I don't know why Japan are like that. It's just a very, very common thing with every... Like, I mean, we all know this. We all know the memes of Nintendo asking people what their favorite... Like, on Twitter, the Nintendo asking people what their favorite Nintendo soundtrack was. And then everyone replying with, oh, it's this one, with uploads of the video, and it's just all of the links are just taken down. They removed Mario from Gmod, all of them? Wait, what do you mean they removed... Like, as in, anytime anyone tries to put Mario in Gmod, he gets taken down? As in, like, Mario as, like, a character model? Or were people, like, making Mario games in Gmod? Or, like, just all of the above? Copyrighted the skins and stuff? I see. The 10th edition combat patrol? For what? The 10th edition combat patrol for what, though? hang on one sec. This is taking a little while to dry. I'm just going to set this down and I'm going to go and refill my glass of water while I let this dry. Just going to leave that in focus so you can see it. But yeah, when we come back, we will start doing symbols here. We'll Agrax Earthshade the weapons, and then we'll start weathering them. And then we'll see where we go from there. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Oh, actually, I had an idea. Where are we? I think it's only the... Oh, no, there's... Okay. I'm curious about... because it's been so long since I've used the dry pigments. So I'm curious as to... whether or, like, how well these dry pigments will apply with using makeup sponges. I feel like it might actually work quite nicely. One sec. Vallejo rust pigment. See if I can just see what the order they recommended them in was, because I forgot. I accidentally threw away the little sheet that showed the order in which they like you to apply it. Where do they say? I'm just seeing if I can find an image of the thing that I threw away. I don't remember off the top of my head the order of events they suggested. Okay. I can't tell. Fuck. Hang on. There has to be a better representation of this somewhere. Somewhere where I can find the order that they suggest you doing it in. Uh... Do they say on these? Maybe I just okay. I just gonna need to look at a visual reference of rust. Rusty pipes. Okay, we get the darker rust forming in the recesses, and then lighter rust appearing up towards the edges. Got it. Let's get a tiny little sponge and just see if we can play around a little bit with this. Okay. It's another good OST for a game that wouldn't get my channel deleted. Hang on, I've got it. I've got this. Yeah, this is what we want. I've got it. Locked in. Okay, so yeah, I reckon what we do is we go for coverage on as much of this as we can with the with our darkest rust. We're specifically focusing towards the recesses and stuff. You can fix the focus here. Sounds familiar? Yeah, I'm sure it does. If you're a similar age to me, then this probably will sound familiar. I'm not sure if this one is going to be particularly recognizable, this next one that comes up. Or a bit younger, so similar enough nowadays. Yeah, okay, I don't think this particular track is going to be super iconic. But this is the FTL soundtrack. Okay, I don't know if the makeup sponge is necessarily the way to go with this one. Oh, I vaguely remember the way that the way to go about doing this now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and grab my bottle of isopropyl alcohol, because I think the way to go is I apply a little bit of isopropyl to it, and then I heap on clumps of the rust pigment, and then I rinse and repeat. I think that's the way that we used to go about it. So one sec, it's coming back to me. Yeah, I reckon makeup sponge probably not the way to go for dry pigments, because it's more of a rough application, more of a sort of fuck around and find out kind of thing. Oh, okay, no, yeah, this definitely is an iconic track. Let's just see if we can coat this with our isopropyl. Just get a nice and slightly damp surface for it to grab to. And then we completely dry the brush. Pick up a lump of the pigment. We just cake that shit on. And just catch the excess in the palm of our hand if we can. Okay, so now let's go next layer. Suggestions on where to get green stuff world. Oh, yeah, that is a rough one because green stuff world actually not coming into the US at the moment. That's rough. So now we just dab sections of isopropyl on it, and that should peel it away from the exposed areas, and then just sort of help set it in the other parts. Okay, and while that dries as well, let's go and start setting up the same on the hook of the chain cleaver, or the chain. What is it? It's not a chain cleaver. It's like a chain, like chain thing, chain sword plus brush hook. Is it chain claw? Is that what they call it? I think they call it a chain claw. Need to try out the brush and then just pick up a little bit of our pigment. in Chaos Knight weapon names, it's probably like Death's Butter Knife. Probably. I've probably gone a bit too heavy on the pigment here, but the nice thing is we can always just strip it back quite easily with some isopropyl alcohol. Better to go too heavy than too light. So then while this all settles, I should be able to come back over. No, the face is still a bit wet, so we'll just pick up some isopropyl. And then apply that on here. Just sort of really soak my brush in the alcohol and then just dab it onto the areas that we want it to sort of strip away from. And you can sort of see it actually capillary action run through all of the dry pigments, and then it pulls it towards the edges, which is quite nice. If I do it up here, is the surface tension of the alcohol sort of causes it to pull away from the center areas. Need to clean the brush a little because it's picked up a lot of pigment on it. You're going to order the Patriarch model now before someone else beats you to it. Also bought some of that Tyranid terrain to make your flight stand for the Harridan when you get that later on. Yeah, I saw the Tyranid terrain. It does look quite neat. I am still quite averse to outright buying terrain. I want to find a way to make it, like, I want to find a way to print terrain using my resin printer without it being unbelievably time-consuming and or expensive. But I think that the solution might just end up being getting an FDM printer. But like realistically, that would work out cheaper than trying to get a bunch of GW terrain for the tabletop anyway. Just because GW terrain prices are quite impressive. Okay, so first the stuff on the face there has dried, so I should now be able to dry out my brush and then pick up the next layer of dry pigments that we want to do on the face here. And now for this we're going to focus it not quite as much on the deep recesses, so just gonna give it a bit of a dusting. Well, actually, we can probably focus it on the deep recesses, just same sort of coverage as the previous one. But because it's lighter, it's going to still show some of the darker tones through it anyway. And then it's just for the super light stuff where we'll want to sort of pull it back a decent bit. Man, FTL soundtrack is so groovy. Okay, so we've got that, and so now let's clean out the brush, pick up some alcohol. Oh man, it's so satisfying adding the alcohol to the dry pigments. Just watching it spread through. Because you don't really want to drag your brush, because otherwise you end up wiping away the alcohol, or wiping away the pigments. You just want to let the alcohol run through and sort of flatten it out, pull it into the recesses. Am I going over with the sponge and wiping away to more exposed bits? I'll get to that point in the end. Yeah, eventually. I'll get a little bit of alcohol on the tip of the sponge and just very gently wipe away some exposed bits. Yeah, at the moment I'm just getting a feel for using dry pigments again because it's been a while since I've actually used them. Like, I think I've only used them on my rat ogres and the base of what's his face? You know, the floaty boy, Neurotyrant. I think I left this a little long here, and so there's not enough alcohol on this to sort of help it bind. But I think ideally for these flatter surfaces, what we're wanting to do is sort of have the lighter tones expand out from the darker tones rather than fully overlaying them over each other. So let's just get a little bit of alcohol across the whole lot here. Honestly, the way that's blending it together isn't too bad. It's not quite what I wanted, but I'll take it. So I think what I want to do here is we're going to wet all of the areas with our darker pigments. And I think it'll be especially noticeable over here. I'll do this first because this is the bit where I'll be able to make the most impact. But while this is wet, or at least while it's activated, we'll pick up our lighter pigment and just very gently see if we can dab it in around the edges of our darker reds. Didn't realize how big the Broodlord is compared to the other Gene Stealers. As in physically, or just the size of the base he goes on? Center size comparison. Okay, one sec. Let's see what he's like. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I was not expecting that. I guess makes sense that he would be bigger. I assumed he would still be more human scale, though. Is he a double-sided? Humans really looked at that guy and said, yeah, I'll have his offspring. Look, they saw him for who he is, Sanju. I don't expect you to get it, but they were more open-minded than you, clearly. Okay, and so now we're moving over to our lighter rust tones. Oh, I accidentally just knocked over one of my things of dry pigments. Don't know if I'm going to be able to pick that back up. I didn't lose much, it's just a little dusting. Let's see if I can salvage it. One sec. Okay. I saved most of it. It's fine. Okay, so now we've got our lighter pigment. And we really just go for the higher edges with this next lot. Depending on how this finishes, like depending on how the finish comes out, I may not actually want to strip back to the bare metal. Because having just the brown oxide as our lower points, with the very faint metallic flecks showing through, could be all we need to sell it as metal. And if this goes well, then I'm having to breathe weirdly because I'm sort of blowing it away while it's still very powdery. But yeah, potentially just having the very faint show of the metallic flecks coming through from below is all I need to sell that this is made of metal. And these higher points are what's actually going to be our depth. Yeah, someone say right? Hello, Lale. What's this music from Sniper Elite? No, it's FTL. It's looking interesting so far. Yeah, no, it's fun because I remember having a lot of fun building up the layers of the rust on the rusty pipe underneath my Neurotyrant back when I first tried working with the rust pigments. So if I can remember how I did that, then I think that this can be a really fun way to do metals for my Skaven. I will just want to strip away from the eye socket there, because that we will want to keep clear. Okay, with that, like that, if I now clean my brush again, and pick up our super light pigments, I think that just applying this on our absolute highest points while it's still wet, we should be able to get some definition. I have to like look away when I breathe out, so I don't blow away all of the pigments. Okay. I think might have gone a little too hard on the lighter pigments. I really like the way his beak looks. I think we've gone a bit too hard on the super light pigments at the back there. So what I might do is just get a little bit of isopropyl alcohol on the brush and just see if I can sort of peel it away a bit. And I think actually what we can do is just give it a very light application of our original oxide, the original deep red. Just over the sections that we want to knock back a little bit. Just like around there. Actually, I think that just ruined it. It was like right as I applied the oxide, I realized that it looked really nice, and then I applied the oxide and fucked it up. Damn it! Ah, it was like right at the very end. It came together. Yeah, I think what it is I just need to let it dry. Yeah, because once it dries, it looks so good, actually. Like, the way the beak looks like there is really nice. I'm a big fan of it. So let's get a bit of that over our red oxide. Then just come back with the alcohol. I'd have fun with that, spraying yourself a few times. Yeah. It's all a matter of getting the feel for it. But yeah, I reckon we let that sit, and I think it'll dry really nicely. Might just need to pull back a little bit of that red oxide off his cheek there. Yeah, I say we let that dry, and I have a feeling it'll come together really nicely. And yeah, we need some of the lighter pigments on this blade here, because as it stands, just with the brown, with the red oxide and the darker brown, or the more neutral brown, it looks a bit shit, like with the yellows. But I think we get some of the more varied pigments in there, and this will come together nicely as well. Yeah, I think I may have gone a little heavy over here with our lighter pigment. So I'm just going to see if I can pull it back a little. Yeah, we'll mingle a little bit of our brown oxide in there, or red oxide. Just help break it up a bit. Yeah, Mr. Innocence out of inevitability. Hello, Agent Smith. How you going, mate? Okay, now while we let the alcohol over here dry, see how the face has turned out. Yeah, honestly, I really like the way the rust has come out in the face there. I really like it. I think I prefer it to the bright silver, like the fully rusted finish. I think I prefer to the bright sort of mottled silver that we've got here. So what we might do is, to a lesser degree, we'll have the rust on all of our silver, on our flat panels as well. Not as badly rusted as the detailed bits that would rust more, but I think this is pretty good. Army Painter makes absolutely perfect rust. Yeah, I mean, these are the Vallejo pigments that I'm using, and I'm pretty happy with them, honestly. I quite like the way they work together. It's a bit of fiddling around, but it's a lot of fun. I don't remember who told me this process when I was doing this originally, because it was so long ago. The whole apply a bit of alcohol, apply the pigment, let it sit, melt it with alcohol, apply the next one. But it works really nicely. And with that being said, let's move on to the next layer of our lighter pigment. So this will be the last layer of the pigment for the hook on the chain claw. And my only thing that I don't like about the dry pigments is they make an absolute mess. They just get everywhere. I'm thinking I might actually use the tiny makeup sponge that I was using originally, specifically for things like these thin strips here. I think it'll be useful there for applying the pigments. few different layers forming here. Starting to drift around a little bit. I think what's happening is the, because I'm measuring out my, my alcohol into, like, just on top of my wet palette, it's starting to mix with the water, and so it's getting a lot of surface tension and not really dissipating. So I really should have been popping this in a separate thing. For rust, you do army paint a new rust, then old rust, then go over it with, or new rust and old rust, then go over it with dirty down. Yeah, the Vallejo one is it's got 4 different pigments here. It's got, you start with your dark oxide, then you go old rust, and then there's a lighter oxide, and then new rust. And I quite like the way it looks. Gives a lot of variance. I'm thinking that I definitely will need to varnish this though, because otherwise I will just end up wiping away all that I've worked at. And so once it's done, I'm going to need to just very carefully airbrush a matte varnish on it, because I'm not manually brushing varnish over this. It's going to get wiped away for sure if I do that. But overall, just like looking at the face there, I do really like how that looks. I'm hoping we get something similar going on the claw there when it dries. And so while we wait for that to dry, yeah, so let's let that dry, and while it does, I've gotten distracted from my initial goal of painting the Skaven symbols on these green panels. But it's a happy distraction. I'm liking this a lot more. It's a more entertaining application of my time for me. So we want to apply isopropyl alcohol to these metallic faces. Honestly, maybe the way that we go about rusting or damaging the panels here is we rust them over. Maybe that's the play. Just have some rusty spots coming up here and there. I reckon probably got a bit too much of the red oxide there. We just want to just dust sections of it across the lot. Not going for complete coverage. Yeah, I do like the way when we're doing like lighter applications of the rust here, when I apply the alcohol here, it really does cause it to gather in the like in the areas where you would expect rust to form, which is quite nice. Okay, that's coat 1, so now we go a touch lighter. Not going for as much coverage. Yep. Just dropped my brush that I was using to pick up the pigment. Just posted your Hive Tyrant to the Tyranid subreddit. May they have mercy on you. I'm scared of posting my like I'm scared of Reddit. I don't have a Reddit account, and I don't want to I don't want to make one. I'm scared of posting my shit. Like especially like when I encounter like as many good painters as I do just from like you guys coming into my channel, like I'm scared of what I will like of what I'm gonna get judged by in the wild west of fucking Reddit. I like the safe space that is that is my live stream. I like the work in progress pics of it. But I mean, I think it would like I would be astonished if people didn't like the shit you painted online. I feel like you are probably you like pretty most people in this most of my viewers are better painters than I am. I like I don't know why I am the guy you guys choose to watch. Like half of you are all better than I am. My special skill is taking months to paint something that looks mediocre. Tend to get comments on your chitin, and that's about it. Also realized you never posted your Dominus out on the server. You'll have to take pics for it and post it. Yeah, no, I want to see how the Dominus has turned out. But yeah, also, the chitin, I would say, is the most iconic thing about the way you do Tyranids. I'm not surprised you get comments about it. Like, it is the most eye-catching part. Posted a video in the Discord a while back of the finished Dominus, did a full 360 turn of it. Maybe I did see it in that case. Was it the one with the base that was also a destroyed knight on the base? Where you had like the spare top shell? With the scorpion freehand? Yeah, the dead knight on the base, or the gold leaf on that one. Right, yeah, no, I do remember that one. That one is very, very cool. I want to get a Knight Dominus just because, like, just from, like, seeing how you did that one, it was like, okay, I really want this. I really want to do a Questoris Plus. And I've got so many other knights to get through before I even start thinking about that. Okay, I might have gone a bit too hard on the light pigment here, so I'm just going to bring back a little bit of our red oxide just along the top edge here. And then some more of our darker old rust to go with it, like that. And then just get a large amount of alcohol and dab that on top there. Oop, that did not spread through. Here we are. Yeah, this is coming along nicely now. Yeah, I don't understand how... I don't understand what it is that makes the rust work when I'm working on it. There's like... I'll be fucking around with it, and I'll be like, nope, 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 yes. And I don't know how I get to the yes. I just know that I get there. Like, this is the yes. We just got to yes here. When that dries, that'll look beautiful. Also, the claw here has come out nicely. I quite like how the claw has turned out. What we can do, probably, is add a little bit of the red oxide along the hook of the claw, make it look like dried blood. I think that'll go well. So let's, go like that. And then do the same on the other side. Like that. And then pick up some of our red oxide. And this won't be all we do to get the dried blood look. We'll come back with some other things as well. But just so that we can define the section where we want it to be, I think this is going to be a good start. All that matters is you get there. Yeah, it's just frustrating that I don't know. I don't have the exact art of it. It's just fucking around until I find out. Yeah, that's not going to do all of it, but that at least will mark it so that I remember to do something with it. And yeah, that panel's drying quite nicely. I think I might have a bit too much pigment up here. So we'll get some alcohol and then just reintroduce that there. Thin it out a bit. Hopefully that didn't ruin it, but we'll just let it find its level and see how it goes. Yeah, let's do this shoulder here. And I'm gonna try do this with the makeup sponge, because I do think that there is stuff that we can do with it. So I'm gonna wet the makeup sponge with a little bit of alcohol and pick up the brown or the dark red oxide. And then just use it to build up our first layer. The problem is the sponge actually seems to work opposite to how I want it to work. Maybe we use the sponge for the later bits, because the sponge only hits the upper areas, whereas at least for the dark red oxide, we want that to go in the recesses. You ever worked with dry pigments and can't say you plan on anytime soon? Looks like a pain. Yeah, I'm regretting choosing to use it for a majority part of the model, but also look at the texture you get out of that shit. Holy, that is beautiful. I fucking love that. I just need to find a way to texturally tie it in with the rest of the model. But oh my god, it looks so fucking nice when you get it going. I think if I get patches of that rust to a lesser degree showing up over the painted panels, I think it'll look really good. But yeah, I would say that dry pigments, they're really fun to work with, but they are time consuming. I'm sure there are probably easier ways to do it, but I am not at that level. But yeah, I probably shouldn't have decided to use them as a major part of my model. But you reap what you sow. Dry brushing is great. Ever worked with that type of pigment? Does it keep that 3D texture? So since this is dried, that is the texture it's going to keep. I'm just hoping that when it comes time for me to seal it with a with a varnish, it doesn't all wash away. Because my Neurotyrant, I'll show you the Neurotyrant, because I did that ages ago with 3D, well, not with 3D, with dry pigments for the rusty pipe that he's on top of. And it still has the same texture as when I did it originally. But I never varnished that. But I'm like, hopefully, when I come through and varnish this, if I do it with a very a very light spray from the airbrush, it shouldn't dissolve it anymore, because this is after I have or like pretty much like wetted, like I have wet it and gotten rid of the excess, and then sort of locked it in place with the alcohol. So everything that's there has sort of stuck to the model now. So hopefully it shouldn't wash away when it comes time to varnish it. You don't know about dry pigment, but isn't highlighting wiping the brush on your paper towel considered dry? What is dry pigment like about it? Yeah, so it's a bunch of different powders that I've got that we're sort of layering together and dissolving with alcohol to build up a rusty finish, like what we've got here on the front sections. You can see the different sort of layers of it coming together. I've got 4 different colored powders that we're sort of layering and melting and then layering. Never used it. Yeah, no. I bought them ages ago, and I don't use them as much as I like to, because they're a lot of fun. They're just time consuming, but they are really satisfying. Your old school undercoat, base coat, shading, dry brush detail, or dry brush highlights detail. Yeah, no, I mean, nothing wrong with the method. Like that is a solid, straightforward way to get it all done, looking nicely. I just like playing around with different ways of doing things. Makes it fun for me. It's just like it's a fun sort of experiment to try different ways of doing things. So I really like the texture you get out of this. Whatever works for you is best. Yeah, I mean, like, I barely use these dry pigments, but I thought that, like, one of the big things for the Skaven Knight I had noticed early on was that the main way to really sell that it is a Skaven vehicle is through texture. Because everything the Skaven make fucking sucks. And so if it looks like it's been painted cleanly, it's not going to work. And I think using the dry pigments to create the rust will really, really help sell the texture. Okay, so that's our first layer of the red oxide on the shoulder here. Just want to dissolve all of the little bits around the edges. And now while that's wet, we'll pick up our slightly lighter pigment. Hello, Chaos Knights Enjoyer, Man of Culture, you see. Yes, indeed. Yeah, all of my Chaos Knights, I'm merging them with a bunch of Skaven models. So, yeah, my Chaos Knights are in service of the Horned Rat. I think I may have just used way too much pigment here. See if I can save that. Well, actually, that level of pigment might end up being quite nice. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I did pick up quite a lot of pigment there. But could work. You have a bunch of old Dark Angels. Wait, Space Skaven? Yeah, because I got the Skaven-Tide box, but I don't really give a shit about Age of Sigmar. I just love the Skaven, and I don't play Age of Sigmar, but I wanted to use the Skaven, so I was like, fuck it. Let's just have them riding on some Chaos Knights. They're made by Clan Scryer. Let's go. Space Rats? Yes, indeed, sir. If GW isn't going to put them in 40k, then I'll do it for them. See, I've got the man. I've got the man right here. He's in charge. Might have picked up a little bit too much pigment there. All good though. We can always just seal the stuff we want and then just blow on it to get rid of the excess. I guess the nice thing is, since it's made by Skaven, it doesn't really matter if I get rust fucking everywhere. Because it's all gonna suck anyway. So any excess rust pigments will, if they get embedded in there, then it probably won't look too out of place anyway. Gonna put any Skaven running alongside the Knight on its base. I might well do that for bigger ones. I think I want to keep it relatively simple. So probably maximum or one or two rats per war dog, I'm thinking. I want to have my big Skaven Knights, like the Questoris and above, I want to have them fucking crawling with Skaven. That would just be sick. Just teeming with them. But Armigers / War Dogs, we're going to try to keep them 1 or 2 rats per mech. Because we're limited in the number of really cool models that we can use. Because the Skaven-Tide box has only got probably 4 or 5 very dynamic Skaven that I can use, like this guy here. So I want to be sparing with the fun models. I will never get over watching the capillary action when I add the alcohol to the pigments. Just watching it spread through. It's so nice. Just swap out their hand weapons with bolt pistols, bolt guns, and other things, and there you go. Look, honestly, I reckon their weapons are fine as is for 40k. Like, all their guns just glowing with warpstone and shit, it already works. Like, it's... Like, their warpstone weapons are just their equivalent to plasma weapons. Could legit just rip Skaven out of Age of Sigmar, put them in 40k, and make the warpstone weapons hit a little bit harder, and it would make sense. Okay, so now we just go our next layer of our lighter color rust. So this is layer 3 now. Just be careful not to pick up too much like we did last time. There's a bit too much that we've grabbed here, so we'll just see if we can spread it around a bit. I reckon we'll dust away the excess before we implement any more alcohol, because I don't want it to be too light. I reckon that'll be good. So now we add in the alcohol. We just let that carry it into the recesses. It's funny, when the hobby first started 40 years ago, the paint jobs are pristine. Now a lot of detail, battle damage, rust is the norm. You dig it? Yeah, well, I feel like that's just the way the things are bound to go. Is when the hobby started, a lot of people weren't really super confident in painting. So the idea was just more like anyone who's just getting into the hobby nowadays. Like your first model is usually just fill in the blanks. If there's a shape there, you paint it in a solid color. But then over the years, people have put a lot of time into these things, and they've sort of developed techniques for doing additional things. And I guess as time goes on, everyone shares those techniques, and so the general level of work that goes into each model just goes up on average. I still really like seeing a lot of like the old style painted models, how they're like really cartoony in the way, like they're super high contrast, really strong edge highlights and stuff. Very cool to see. You saw pictures of old gold demons, and it's insane compared to nowadays. No one knew how to paint. You had to rely on white dwarf for tips. Yeah, no, it's very cool to see how it's changed over time. Yeah, as someone who's only gotten into the hobby in the past, like 3 or 4 years, 3 years, I think. Maybe two and a half years ago I started. Yeah, it's very cool to see how things have changed. Like, even just in the time I've been in the hobby, like, there have been so many different, like, painting techniques that have become popular and that sort of thing. Your old school 2nd edition? Wow, been here for the long run. Okay, I think one more layer of our rust pigments. So this is going to be the very light stuff now. And so we just take it easy here. Don't want to do too much. I instantly did too much. Just tap away the excess there. And just see if we can just put little bits here and there along the rim. Airbrushing didn't exist in the 80s and 90s. Technology wasn't there. Yeah, that too. Like, being able to have a miniature air compressor as just something as a consumer product is pretty crazy. Okay, I think that's probably good distribution for our lighter pigment. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Yeah, I reckon that will come up quite nicely. Although, honestly, I might have gone a bit too light on the super light pigments there. So while that is still wet, I might just grab a little bit more of our lightest pigment. Because I feel like it is the super light pigment that really sells the rusty look. Like, it's when you get the good solid dark base and then it contrasts against the lightest pigment. Like that, I think, will be good. So pick up some more of the alcohol there. And then just run that through it. Since I'm focusing on Skaven Knights, am I not going to do the whole 1 night per Chaos God thing anymore? Or is that a thing that'll be done in addition to the Skaven Knights? Oh no, that'll still be a thing that happens. The whole knights corresponding to the Traitor Legions, that'll go on. Like, I've still got the Iron Warriors themed what's it called? Arcastus? Is that it? I think it's the Arcastus. No, Acheron. Arcastus is the model for the Porphyrian, or Porphyrian, which I also still need to get around to. But yeah, that is still on the table. Ooh, hang on, I just goofed a little bit there. Let's see if I can fix that. But yeah, so the Skaven are going to specifically be for my Chaos Knights army, and then the other ones are my Imperial Knights army. Although in the meantime, I will, like, when I'm playing tabletop, I'll mix and match them just so that I can build the things that I want to, because this is the same loadout as an Armiger Warglaive anyway, so there's no reason that I can't just use it as a Warglaive. Is the dry pigment granular? Does it end up making its own detail? So it's not granular. It's I'll show you what it looks like in the pots here. Where's one that you can see it a bit easier? It'll probably be the lighter one will be the easiest to see. So it's essentially, it's just a powder. It's not quite granular. So if I mash it up with the heel of this, you can see it's like it's pretty thin. But when you dissolve it with the isopropyl alcohol, it tends to clump, and because the surface tension of the alcohol sort of runs into the recesses and sort of drags it with it, and then it as the alcohol evaporates, it clumps together. Powder like flour. Yeah, it's very much like flour. So once the alcohol evaporates, it clumps and sticks to the model. So then it does create a little bit of texture. But if I were to run a brush against it, I'd dust away a lot of it. So the goal is, once I've got it to a point that I'm happy with, and I've finished the model, or at least made a lot of progress on the model, I'm going to make sure the stuff that I want is stuck to it, and then I'm going to airbrush a varnish over it to lock it in. Almost looks like it has a texture. Oh, so it does, because when it clumps, it does sort of have a bit of texture to it. And because the way I do it is I'll put a layer of a dark one on, make it clump with alcohol, and then I'll put another layer on top of that and make it clump, and then another layer on top of that. You do end up getting a little bit of depth building up. Almost like textured paint. Yeah, it is. It's fun. It's an interesting way to do things. And yeah, I really do like how that looks with the I was like, I was scared of the lighter pigments, but I think it's definitely the lighter pigments that make it look good. Couple of millimeters. I don't know if it's going to get to I don't think it's quite a couple of millimeters. I think at most it's 1 millimeter of depth. It's negligible, but it's noticeable. What's up? Hey, Juggernaut. How you going, mate? Let's do the back over here now. So we'll wet this section here with the alcohol. Go rushing your first round of Necrons right now, trying to see what works. Oh, nice. Yeah, I really like, I love working with Necrons. I haven't tried dry brushing them. I feel like the shapes of Necrons might make dry brushing a little awkward, just because there's a lot of details on their chest that you'd want to reach that their guns oftentimes would sort of make it hard for you to reach with a dry brush. The other shoulder was red earlier, right? You're not crazy. This one over here was originally red. I painted it green because I'm going to do some Skaven symbols on that before I then fuck it up with rust and weathering and shit. Yeah, I've decided that for the ones that I'm drawing symbols on, I'll have them, like all the panels that I'm going to have symbols on will be green so that I can get the symbols showing through a bit more clearly. Need to get a little bit more alcohol in my palette there. There we are. Yeah, merits of having a 3D printer is it means you need to find a way to have, or a way to get a lot of alcohol, a lot of isopropyl alcohol for cheap. And so I bought 20 liters of it for like $100 or something last year, and it is, I just have an infinite supply of isopropyl alcohol now. So good. Haven't figured out what I'm going to do for the exhausts yet. I think I'll probably keep them metallic. But yeah. Now that we've got the alcohol on there, so next layer of pigment. I just want to dab that in there. And I'll need to get a little bit on the underside here as well, although this is going to be a bit awkward to get. And then we just dab that on there. It's so nice having, like, the capillary action is so satisfying. This is what makes the technique fun, or makes it worth it, is every time I'm between steps and I just get to dab the alcohol on and watch it spread through the dry sections. So satisfying. Very strange technique, you must save it right on. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, this is why I enjoy, like, trying different ways of painting things, because you'll do things which you won't expect to be good or fun, and then it's just like some of the most fun you ever have. Like, sponging has become one of my favorite techniques for painting things, and it's so easy. Like, that's how I got the original red texture, or like the red colors on this guy here, was I sponged it all on. That's what the original metallics and reds were from. And I yeah, it's just so good. Like, this is what I love about the hobby. Just finding other ways of doing the things that you've already been doing. Same as shading old school style, just take your shade color, dilute it with water, and let it seep into the recesses. Yeah, it's very similar. I think it's probably a little bit easier than shading well, honestly, because since I'm using alcohol, the process is a lot faster. Oh, hang on. Got a little bit on my warpstone gem there, don't want that. But since I'm using alcohol, yeah, it evaporates a lot faster, and I don't have to worry about really gross pooling, because I feel like one of the pitfalls of shading is once you apply it, you have to hold the model at a certain angle and then clean up all the excess, because otherwise you can get really gross stains and that sort of thing. Whereas at least with this, the pigment is quite large, so it's not a shitload of really fine pigment that's going to just stain things. Rather, it's like chunks of pigment that are going to float around and then sit where you want them to sit. After shading, you then do another layer of highlights. Yeah. No, I do really enjoy using shades for things. I'm just impatient, and so oftentimes when I'm trying to do a nice shade, I'll add too much, and then it'll pool, and it'll sort of the pooling will be a little bit thicker than I'd like, or I'll not be paying attention, and then I'll end up with a blob drying on the underside of whatever it was I was trying to shade. Was that layer 2 or layer 3 that I just did? I think that was layer 2. Yeah, this is layer 3, yeah. Okay, that's coming along nicely. Man, okay. The really bright parts of the rust are actually so good. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do all of my metallic surfaces on this in the rust pigment. I'm just going to do the main sections, like all the borders, like all the trim of the big chunks of stuff, and like that, and probably back here. But I'm going to keep things like the chassis in metallic, because the chassis will be moving around, so it won't have rusted too much. Although, if I get to the point where I've done all of the trim in the metallic, and then I put it all together and the chassis just looks a bit shit, I might do a little bit of rust here and there, but I won't go all in on it like I've been doing here. Yeah, once I finish for the day today, I'm going to spend a decent bit of time vacuuming my desk, because I'm getting pigment powder everywhere. Also, I just realized at the start of the day, I was showing off pictures of my knights and going, remember kids, paint your rivets. But I think this is going to be the first night I do where I don't paint the rivets. And not just because I can't be bothered, but because I feel like it would actually look worse if I painted the rivets. Because the whole point with this is the rivets have rusted to it. You must be inhaling the powder too. It's not too bad, thankfully. I'm being pretty careful. I haven't felt any tickles in my throat yet. But, yeah, it's definitely, it is definitely coating my desk. I'm thinking maybe I do a little bit more of the super light. Just along the back here, where it's going to be visible. Yeah, I reckon we let that dry and that should look pretty good. Because it always looks a little bit underwhelming while it's still wet, but then when it dries, it just pops out really well. I reckon we probably need to do something like something extra with the head when we finish. Maybe just the glow in the eyes will be enough to sort of pull it together, like the glow in the eyes and then the liquefied warp stone running through the bits on the chin there. That could be all we need to really pull it together. Maybe get a glow in the mouth if I can fit a brush in there. Actually, no, I can't. I won't really be able to. It's too enclosed to get a nice glow coming out of the mouth. Let's see, maybe we apply this one we'll have to be a bit careful about because I don't want to ruin the texture we've got on the door here. But I think if we get a little bit just going on this hatch here, this could be quite nice. Maybe for this we'll use the little makeup sponge. Oh, actually, yeah, because we're going to do rust texture on all of these chains. That was the plan. So let's just apply a bit of alcohol to all of the chains. And I guess any mistakes we can make, well, any mistakes we make on the timber panels, we should be able to clean up. Again, just using alcohol and a brush. But let's just a little bit of alcohol on the tip of this makeup sponge and just see if we can just ever so gently apply a fine little layer. On these metal bits. Actually, I'm going to just dab it in alcohol so that it's a bit wet because I don't want it to be flicking everywhere. Yeah, a little bit is flicking onto the wooden panels. So we'll need to clean that up where we can. I'm glad that I've found an application for these makeup sponges so soon. As Paul to use such a large sponge. Oh, it's got a pretty good little tip on the end, which makes it easy to control. I will need to get a little bit more alcohol in the palette there. And let's see, first thing we want to do is just scoop up these bits here that aren't where they're supposed to be. There we are. Now those chains look pink. No, so what we'll do now is when we go over it with the alcohol, it'll split the chains a bit. Well, it'll split the stuff that's on the chains and pull it down into the recesses. You can see already that first one compared to the others. Now that we've put the alcohol on it, it's pulled it away from the top edges, so we're getting that metallic peeking back through, and the rusty pigment is gathering in the recesses of the chains. I meant to get the pigment on the model, not your hand. Oh fuck! There, I knew I was going wrong somewhere. Thank you. I didn't realize that one. That's where I was messing up. Interesting technique. Yeah, this is why I like painting different factions, because if I when I'm painting things from the same faction, I want to paint them in the same way to keep them looking consistent. But when I've got if I'm painting a different faction, then I sort of, it encourages me to try different shit between them. So all my Imperial Knights I paint pretty similarly. My Chaos Knights, I've decided that I'm going to do them like this, because that way I get to experiment around with lots of different textures and stuff, and it's a bit quicker and easier than the way I do my Imperial Knights. And then my Tyranids are my relaxation army, so it's all just slap chop, so just dry brushing and contrast paints, and then just being done with it. And then my Tau is sort of somewhere in the middle. I haven't really decided what the overarching painting technique for my Tau is yet. Will I shade those chains afterwards? Potentially. We'll see how it looks, because I'm doing them as essentially a microcosm of what we've got going on the side here. So putting a shade over them might well help just to really pull them together and mark out those darker recesses. It just depends on how happy I am once we get all of the rust pigments on there. Let's just get rid of these bits that have gathered on the window there. Honestly, I'm probably wasting my time trying to get rid of the stuff that's on the window right now, because I'm going to come back with a bunch of other pigments soon anyway. Yeah, we'll just leave it there, and then once we're done, we'll clean it all up. What also gets you is that back in the day, the paint pots didn't have as much variety, which isn't needed. Just take primary colors, secondary colors, do some mixing, and there you go. Yeah, I have a drawer full of paints, but I 60% of them I never touch. I just have my go-to paints that I will use, and if they don't work, then I know how to mix with them. And yeah, it's just, I've got the ones that I know are the colors that I like, and the pigments distribute really nicely, and I know that I can mix the colors I need out of them. I don't know why I'm doing this with the brush when I just decided to do it with the sponge, and the sponge was so much better. Yeah, let's do this with the sponge rather than the brush. I just need to clean out the previous pigment from the sponge. Just wipe that on my texture palette. You get the convenience of just saying more of a minimalist if that isn't obvious. Oh yeah, no, and I feel like knowing how to mix colors out of the paints you've got is a really good skill to have. Just get a little bit more alcohol on the sponge here. Here we are. This is going to probably be a bit thicker than I wanted it to be, but it should be alright. It just really depends on how often you'll be using a given color. If it's once or twice, then you'll mix it. If it's on details, you'll mix. Yeah, I understand. Like, if there's a color that you're going to be using a lot, I would rather have it just in a pre-mixed pot rather than having to mix it every time. But it also comes down to the fact that, like, sometimes you will buy a color just because you don't want to have to mix it, and because you were not thinking at the time and you bought it from Games Workshop, you get home and realize that this red that I've just bought, because it's slightly lighter than my primary red, fucking sucks because Games Workshop don't know how to make lighter tinted paints without just putting their shit white pigment in it. Like, the amount of times that has happened to me is not funny. Because unfortunately, Games Workshop's idea of making a different paint is just getting their main color and then just putting white pigment in it. And now it's a lighter version of it, which looks nice in the pot, but the second you try to work with it, the pigment just splits the second you try to do anything. I'm looking at you, Wazducker Red. I'm looking at you, Ironbreaker. Yeah, this is coming up nicely. I was a little worried about this, that I had a bit too much of the lighter pigment. But yeah, as always, you just get the little bit of the alcohol on there, and it levels it all out really nicely. familiar with the Munsell soil color chart? I am not. No, I'm not. I haven't really looked too much into color theory. The extent of my color theory knowledge is I can mix colors pretty well, and I understand the color wheel at a fundamental level. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I think we just need to dab in the lighter shades here and there. And then that should be all we need. Yeah, because you look at it from a distance, and it's definitely a little bit different from the other stuff. Honestly, I don't think we need to go too hard on the lighter paint colors. And I might actually pull this back a bit. I think I went too hard over here. It was hard to tell at first, but now that it's dried, this is way too rusty at the back. Whereas at the front, this is more what we want to aim for. So I think we'll get a little bit of alcohol on the brush, and we'll remove some of these lighter tones. So first up, I'll just add a little bit of our lighter tones to the chains. We won't go too hard on it. And then we'll start, we'll go with the sponge and just pull back some sections elsewhere. Okay, this should be enough to get us going. So we'll pull this in focus. There we are. I only intended to go quite light, and even then I added a bit too much. Let's just see if we can brush some of that away. I reckon we only really want to hit the really high points here. So just hit a tiny bit on there. Then over here. And then up here. Bit on there. And then over here. And then down there. Accidentally got a bit on the on the hatch again. I think for the bits that you want to get rid of, I probably won't need to wipe them away with water rather than alcohol. Because the alcohol, I run the risk of dissolving the paint job if I work it too much. Yeah, I reckon that will probably be good for our lighter shades on the the chains, and so now we can just pick up our alcohol. And then dissolve that all back. Now, yeah, that's looking pretty good, I reckon. We'll let that dry. Might wipe this away a little bit here. And now let's just see if we can reduce the sharpness of how much super bright stuff we've got going on here. So I might just dab some alcohol in here and then just swipe my brush through there. And then do that in a couple of spots. A bit more over here, dab that in there. And then just swipe my brush through there. And we'll see how that dries. The chains lost their silver. They still have a little bit peeking through, and depending on how it dries, I can always just wipe a little bit away here and there. Yeah, but like on this one, it's not showing too much through the camera, but you can see it is peeking through in sections. So once this dries, I might well just come back through again. There's some more peeking there, but just come back through and then pull it away in parts. So the nice thing about this is I can, like, until I seal it in with a, varnish, I can keep coming back and reactivating it and playing around with it until I get it to a spot that I like it. The rust staying this strong? Was there a step after that removed some, slightly revealing some shine? Yeah, so, yeah. I'll, like, once I get to the, point that I, like, the point where I've sort of covered most of it, I can always just come back through and strip it back a little bit. Like the stuff at the back especially, that's what I'm working at right now. What I am going to do is I'm just cleaning up the sponge that we were using, and I'm going to get a little bit more alcohol. They're just going to get a little bit of alcohol on the end of the sponge. And we're going to do exactly that. We're just going to just pull at this a little bit. Almost looks like gold chains now. I can kind of see that, yeah. We'll revisit it once it's had plenty of time to settle, and then we'll see what we want to do with it. Yeah, the main goal is just getting the coverage first. Because once we've got the coverage and the general pigment distribution, then we can decide how much we want to keep. Because it's not like the metallic is incompatible with the rust, but I do definitely think that we want to have minimal of the actual silver showing through. And it's more so the just the very slight bit of reflection that you get from the metal flakes in the silver peeking through from underneath all the rust that really looks nice. Like, I think that the best, like, I think this front section here is probably the best bit of rust that we've got. like the little, the hood there. Yeah, I think, especially for this back section, I've gone a little too hard on the light pigments. Say make the chains a tarnished bronzy color. Maybe, yeah. I think the main thing for me right now is I want to get the coverage on as much of the metallic that I was originally thinking of doing in Rust at first, just so that I can see how it looks as a whole. And then if it's too much, then I can grab some of the details and pull them away from Rust and put them into something that's a bit more eye-catching so that we can sort of help break up the focus on the model a bit. I reckon while that is still a little wet, let's revisit it with a touch of our second darkest. There. Just to give it a bit of variation. And then we'll come back with our iron oxide. Just with very small amounts here and there. Just to break it up. Rust is oftentimes splotchy in certain places, but not necessarily everywhere. If rust were to be everywhere, then the physical parts of the metal would be falling apart. Yeah, that's like I'm, at least for the most of the rusty parts, I'm trying to just concentrate it on areas that are not moving. But also at the same time, this is a Skaven vehicle. It is not structurally sound. Badass. Does that rat have a Gatling gun arm, or are they, or are your eyes terrible? It's not. So neither. This rat has a, I believe that is a Gatling pistol that he is holding. Yeah, that is a Gatling handgun. He's just. I decided that I wasn't going to put a top-mounted weapon on the knight, because that is the top-mounted weapon. that is the stubber. What the fuck? That's so badass. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Skaven models are just so cool. I don't know why Age of Sigmar models are so cool compared to a lot of the 40k models, but they're just awesome. How the fuck is Skaven tech that cool? Jacko, they literally blew up the moon in the end times and then avoided the end of the world by going to space. Oh wait, did they go to space, or did they do some other weird shit? The lizardmen went to space. But I mean, they have nukes and rattling guns and flamethrowers and shit in, like, they're just, They're ahead of their time. They are the most technologically advanced faction in Warhammer Fantasy. Still the opinion that a banner on this bad boy would be so cool. We'll have to see. Because the thing is, I don't want to invest a huge amount of time into each one of these guys, because my Chaos Knights are probably going to be a lot of War Dogs. So I'm going to need to do many of these. Okay, so let's do some slightly less extreme dry pigment rust on the on these sections here. When you grow up, you want to be a Skaven. That is a respectable aspiration. Okay, let's see. Just try not to go too hard on this. And I'll have to clean the rust off this little chunk of warp stone that we've got embedded in the side. Okay, that's layer 1. Then we'll pick up the next lot. Yeah, I reckon this is a good level of general coverage just for our less significant bits of trim. And then we just pick up a tiny little bit of our brighter pigments. I don't think I've measured out any of the middle pigment yet. Right there. The warpstone went away. I will reclaim the warpstone, don't worry. The warpstone is very important to me. And once we get the varnish on this as well, we'll be able to rebuild the glow There's this weird thing Chelsea's using right now. It is a makeup sponge. Because I have sponges that I have another sponge that I use for a lot of stuff, but it's really porous. So I got a pack of makeup sponges because they're really high density, so you can get a much smoother finish with them. And it's surprisingly useful for applying powdered pigments. I guess probably not that surprising because it's initially designed to apply powder. This is its primary function. It was a piece of chalk or something. No. So, because it looks soft and nice. It is quite nice. Yeah, it's very dense. But yeah, no, because I'm working with dry pigments, so I'm just moistening the sponge with a little bit of alcohol, and then picking up the pigments on the tip of it, just so that I can apply it here and there. I reckon that's pretty good. So now we can swap over to the brush, pick up a whole lot of alcohol, and then just dab it onto these sections to help sort of melt it all together. That bit there we'll need to play around with a little bit because it's smeared. There we are. That's looking pretty good, I reckon. And then we want to just rescue our chunk of warpstone. Just get a little bit of water so that we don't accidentally wipe away. Whoops. Yeah, no, I was a bit late on that. I accidentally wiped at it with the alcohol first, and I dissolved a lot of the green paint there because I was wiping quite aggressively. So we'll need to redo that in green. I need to remember to use water instead of alcohol when I'm trying to rescue surfaces. But anyway, we'll spin this around the other side. And repeat the process. How's this looking on the top, by the way? Okay, I reckon since this is dried now and we can see how it looks, we'll get a little bit more water here and just try to strip back some sections. It's still looking a little bit light for my liking. Could probably afford to just really stab at it with the brush. Break it apart here and there. And then do the same over here. Like there. I can probably do that with the alcohol for the more precise bits so that I don't make a smear. I just wipe my brush along the top ridge of the chains, I should be able to expose some of the metallic underneath there. In fact, actually, the way you can do this probably is if I wet it with the alcohol, and then I come back through with a clean, dry section of the sponge. And just gently give it a once over. That should start to pull back some of the stuff up on the top there. Yeah, that has done some work there. And yeah, we'll let that sort of find its level. I think we've done well with this. I think this is the sort of level of rust that we want to aim for on the back. So we'll wet our brush and just do what we did there. Just stab at it. Sort of break apart the pigments a little bit. And then do the same over here. Break it apart where the pigments are still a little bit too dense for our liking. Those chains are still pink. I don't think they are. I'm not seeing it. On your screen you see pink chains. Might just be the way it's coming through the camera in that case, because they're pretty neutral for me. Hint of reddish, but they're not pink. Don't look pink. Yeah, I think it's probably just the little bit of this original red oxide peeking through. But there's a decent bit of the metallic showing through on them now as well. Okay, the first layer here. And so, dissolve this with our alcohol. And now I can pick up our next color. Yeah, the thing with this is it's a long process and there's no right answer. It's a lot of just fiddling around until it's in the sort of range that we're looking for. Like I was saying this before, like working with dry pigments, it's a lot of like, no, 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 no. Yeah, that's it. Like, it's a lot of just fucking around until it looks good. It's done when you're finished. You know it's done. Yeah, it's like, unfortunately, I know when it's not done, and so I'll be like messing around for ages until I finally get there. I'm like, okay, I'm happy to move on. You get really particular at the end when you paint. Well, I feel like at the end, that's like when you want everything to be coming together. So it's important to make sure you're happy right at the end. Because otherwise, if you're not happy when you're finished with it, then it sort of makes it feel like you've sort of wasted your time. So I can understand getting particular when it's like down to details and stuff. That's like the most important part. Because your final details are what what like bring it all together. Okay, and now just our super bright stuff. I'm going to be a little bit more sparing than we have been with this. So really just dab a little bit of it here. A little bit there. A little bit over here, a little bit up there, a little bit there, and a little bit down there. And then get the alcohol there, and just let it run. Okay, I think that should come together pretty well. So clean our brush, get some water, and then just see if we can scoop out that excess off the panel. Like that. I reckon we pull this back a bit more. Yeah, that's the sort of rusty color we want it to be. And so I think to get that the way we need to go is it'll be the second pigment. So you get a bit of alcohol and a little bit of the second pigment on our brush. Really wet it and then just see if we can spread that over our bright points. And then just go back to water. And then just work on cleaning up the surrounding sections while that sets, and we'll see how it looks. I reckon just with some water, let's just stab away some of these sections. I reckon especially for these longer sections of chain, we can probably afford just to break it up a bit. Yeah, and we'll see how that sets. Meantime, how has this weapon come along? That weapon arm is looking pretty good for the time being. Next thing I reckon we'll do is see if we can clean up some of the parts where the pigments are spreading a little too far onto our painted panels. So like here. Just want to push these back into the recesses. Magnetized? No, not this one. My other knights, I do have them magnetized. But this one, since I've got a bunch of, since I've got a whole lot of, because I got the Hound Pack Lance that gives you like 7 War Dogs. I'm not bothering magnetizing these. Like, I'll have enough variety. And I have no intention of playing in competitions or anything like that, so I'm not really too fussed about having the correct loadout available at any given time. Yeah, magnetized, but you've collected a bunch that have come with purchases from eBay. Maybe in the future you'll magnetize stuff. Yeah, the few that I have magnetized, I went back and magnetized ones that I had previously built, and it was a pain because it involved sawing through the arms of my Imperial Knights at the elbows, where they were really thick, and then drilling out a hole to put the magnets in, which is painful. I don't recommend that. It's not a fun experience. What else do we want to do? I reckon let's go back to what we were doing earlier and draw some little shitty Skaven symbols on that green shoulder panel. I'm going to go and wash my hands first, though, just so that we're not covered in dry pigment. And I'm going to put the lids on my pigments as well, so that I don't accidentally knock any of them over. Yeah, so brief intermission. While I go and wash my hands. Because they are absolutely covered in crap. So yeah, I will be back. Alright. I'm back and my hands are no longer filthy as all hell. Okay, let's see if we can just get some fun little shittily sketched skaven symbols going. Uh-oh, this paint has dried a little bit since I mixed it. Either that or I just didn't properly wet my brush. Probably a mixture of both. Yeah, I'd say it's a combination of the two. And I've drawn the angle on this triangle slightly off. That's not going to be a triangle. Okay, we need to think. What can we adapt this into? Without it being the skaven symbol, like the proper, like the silly skaven triangle thing. What else can it become? I think what we can do is make it something similar to the skaven triangle. Oh, actually, honestly, it's probably not that bad. It's not the worst. It's pretty bad, though. That's pretty bad. But what I do have an abundance of is isopropyl alcohol, which we all know solves any issue. When in doubt, isopropyl can save you. Except when it strips it back to the original coat then. Like what we've got happening here, in which case it makes your issues a lot worse. So, proceed with caution, else you make more problems for yourself like I just did. So we'll let that dry, and we'll recoat that in a second. Damn it! It's a problem for future me. And by future me, I mean me in about a minute and a half. Yeah, just paint over it. Yep, that is what we're gonna do. just realized I was slightly out of focus. Sorry about that. Yeah, this paint is quite dry. No decals around. Could make 3 small triangles. I don't think there are any Skaven decals. I might be able to salvage some decals from some other stuff, but I enjoy the freehanding process, even if it's incredibly painful. I'm gonna have to remix the paint, because, yeah, I mixed this stuff at the start of the stream, and so it has long since dried out on my wet palette. Might be Skaven icons in the mini box. They don't. I'm pretty sure I didn't get, and there weren't any decals or anything like that, because all the stuff in the Skaventide box, like where they had icons, they were like they're all generally part of the mold. Like they are physically sculpted onto the models. Like a lot of the shields will have the icons already printed on them, rather than having people do it themselves, because the modelers for Skaven or for Age of Sigmar actually care about people's convenience. If you don't use decals, yeah. I have a lot of them. I avoid using them. A mixture of trauma, and I just like I like drawing my own symbols. Make a 3D triangle icon with some conversion work with parts. Yeah, potentially. I'm not gonna go that hard on it though, because I'm wanting to paint this on so that I can then sponge over like chipping and that sort of thing to cover up the worst of them, because it's not going to be a perfect green finish. There we are. And then over here we'll have another one. This isn't going to be a triangle, this is going to be the not swastika. It's a little awkward that our jockey is in the way. I really should have thought about this before I stuck him on. I should have thought about what I wanted to do with the shoulder pad. It looks good, making a few small icons. Yeah, like it's the sort of thing that I'd done on the side of the gun there. I'm just going for that sort of idea. Okay, this one I don't think is going to end up being the not swastika because I fucked up the placement of it. So we'll just convert it into something else. There you go, for something that's almost an hourglass. Get the skaven intersecting lines going. And we can afford to fix up that section which we accidentally wiped away. Which looks cool and ad hoc like Skaven. Yeah, hopefully it doesn't look too shit when we're done. That's going to be the challenge, is trying to get these green bits to not look like trash. Like, to try to get them to fit in. We'll see how it goes. Might actually just quickly look at how Clan Moor's symbols are generally depicted. Okay, so it is black on red. So for in that case, for the red panels, just doing black symbols will be the way to go. Skaven wing it, kind of like orcs. Oh, of course. But I still want to... I still want it to be cohesive in a Skaven kind of way. Five hours in. While you wait for the stream. No, just on time, F15. Welcome. We just started. Yeah, I reckon we can fit a symbol on its side here. Can probably go for the one with the arrow, where it goes like that, and then we drop a vertical line down like this. And then we shoot an arrow out of this face. Like that. I reckon that's a good one. Managed to fit that one in nicely. Skaven make it cohesive in a non-cohesive way. Yeah. Somehow, I don't know how they do it, but with the Skaven, it just works. Okay, let's see if we can do the not swastika on the front corner there. So that'll be essentially three lines going to a point. Like that. Lucky I haven't done my iconic drop the mini 5 times into wet paint. Yeah, we haven't done that one yet today. Although now that you've mentioned it, we're in trouble. Man, the rider really makes it awkward for me to get my brush in here. Right as my paint dried on the brush as well. It's not the worst. Do I ever make blast holes, battle damage? I don't really like carving into my models that much. I haven't gotten to that stage yet. For my Tau, I will put crackle paint on them before I coat them, because they're in a desert environment, so it sort of makes it look like their paint is peeling up from the sun. But beyond that, I don't really do much in the way of battle damage. Victor poison for tomorrow's stream? Not yet. Yeah, have not settled on that one yet. We could do this guy again. We could do our Iron Warriors Cerastus Knight. We could do the Fire Prism some more. We could go and work on the Screamer Killer. Yeah, got a few different things we can work on. There is no end to the number of mini projects I have going. Just saying, if I'm not totally happy with the glyphs, I can obscure them with a little better battle damage. Oh yeah, no. So the whole goal was essentially, you can see down here, I've gone originally with a very thin coat of Carroburg Crimson, and then we go over that with some Agrax Earthshade, and then I'm going to sponge some brown and silver chipping onto it to make it look like the paint job has been knocked away a lot. So they it's not going to be just a perfect surface like this. So yeah, I'm not super fixated on making them perfect. I just want them to be visible through the weathering. I reckon we just get one more symbol visible in from the back here. Let's just go for the standard, old reliable, the triangle. I fucked that up. Ah, well. It is what it is. The shape of it is nice, there's just no hole in the middle. Let's just throw together another one nice and quick there. That one's pretty good, and maybe let's just do another one over here. Nice and quick, like 1, 2, 3. And then let's just do a little one here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Let's get our thinned down Carroburg Crimson on that. And then we can go back with the Agrax. Symbol's looking really cool, like an Insane Asylum would. Well, if I was painting any other faction, I would be upset with that appraisal. But it's okay that it looks like shit this time. It's part of the design. Okay, this should be thinned down appropriately. There we are. Maybe I thinned it a little bit too much. There we are, yeah, because we like to have a little bit of the crimson showing through. Yeah, I probably thinned that way too much. So I'll just get some of the undiluted paint and just dab that on. And then just a little bit of water. There we are, that's coming together nicely. And then we'll just continue some of that through around the back here. Okay. Yeah, I reckon that's good for our first coat of the shade. And then... I don't think I actually got around to doing the Agrax Earthshade on the side panels there. I did everything because I'd done the coats of the Carroburg Crimson and I was letting it dry and then I got distracted. See, the problem with my workflow is I will have ideas and I will get distracted very easily. And then I'll forget whether or not I did a certain step that I had planned to do earlier. Yeah, I think the mixture of those shades there does make the green fit a little bit better with the scheme. Also, another thing is you can see that the liquid from the shade is actually dissolving some of the chunks of rust pigment that has gotten onto the flat panels and staining, and it actually looked really nice. Okay, that side is pretty good, so we'll spin this around now. And I think the splotchiness of the heavy shade like this does quite help with the with hiding the imperfections in the scroll. Okay, and I think I spin this around now, just so it's facing back to the front. See if we can try just put a little bit of the earth shade on our chains as well. This could just make a mess of what we've established with the chains. But we're about to find out. No, I think this is actually doing quite well on the rust. Because, again, it's sort of dissolving some of the pigment and helping us get some more depth on the chains. Now the pink mover's gone. Yeah, I think it's partially that, and also it is dissolving the very top layer, so you're getting a little bit of that metallic back as well. I'm just gonna have to be careful not to accidentally get any overspill onto the hatch. Because I don't want to ruin what I got going there. Don't want to stain it too heavily anyway. I think I may have gone a little heavy on the earth shade here, so we'll just, with a clean brush, just strip back a little bit of it. Finish what I'm doing with the chains and add a very subtle metallic highlight. Yeah, might be worthwhile to go back and do that near the end, yeah. Yeah, we'll let those bits dry, and then we'll come back to that when we're doing our detailing and just see what we can do to make it a little bit more noticeable, a little bit more unique, yeah, because we've got the color profile on it is pretty good now. And this shoulder pad seems to be mostly dried there. Is it touch dry? Yeah, that's touch dry, so we'll be able to come through with our wash of the earth shade over that shoulder. I don't want this to pull quite that much in the corner there, so I'll just wick out little bits of it. Probably get rid of a bit of the excess. There we are. Then just pull it over the back here. can probably afford to go a decent bit darker here because this is going to be all pretty covered. Yeah, I reckon that's pretty good for that section there. One thing that I might try, because I think I'm at a point where I've done all the little bits that I was immediately trying to resolve. One thing I might try is just see what happens if I try to manually brush a varnish over a section of rust. Because I know that I can airbrush it to good effect. But I just want to make sure I can't manually brush it. Because if I can manually brush it, then there are some sections which would definitely be easier to do. So for that, I need a relatively inconspicuous bit. I'm not too worried about if I do accidentally dissolve it. I reckon we'll do the bottom edge of this trim here. Just with a little bit of our matte varnish. I'm wondering if I'll have to I'm sort of being careful about it, so I'm like stippling it on. And I don't think any of it is pulling over to my brush here. Well, I'm wondering if perhaps the way to go is a watered down varnish that you would that you dab in and just let it spread. Just so it can bind it without necessarily fully sealing it. That might be the proper way to go about it if you want to manually brush it. So just get a brush load of matte varnish, wipe out the excess, dunk it in water. And then just dab it on, although the surface area of it is, or surface tension of it is quite high. Yeah, I reckon for the varnishing, we will probably have to airbrush it. Because the manual brushing does seem to bring about its own host of issues with the pigments. Well, it doesn't seem the worst, but it does sort of dissolve them a little bit, as I was expecting it to. But yeah, I reckon I'm probably going to wrap up for the day, because we've been going for, oh wow, 5 hours and 40 minutes now. And we've done a lot of stuff. I feel like we're not any closer to finishing painting this guy than we were at the start of the day. But I had a lot of fun playing around with the dry pigments, and I think I found my rhythm with them. There's definitely like there is a good balance to be found, and I've lent towards it. I think that our best dry pigment sections are the hood there, and I do really like the way the hook on the end of the blade looks, but that's because of where it is. I don't think everything should look like that, but yeah. Get the realism going for, but a final dry brush of vibrant silver might make it pop in the end. Yeah, I do fully get that. In fact, 1 second, I'll go and grab the mini that I originally did in dry pigments, because that was, I really liked how it looked, but I can't remember off the top of my head what it looks like. 1 sec. Because this one here was the first one that I'd used dry pigments on. Oh, yeah, no, you're right, yeah. Because I'd used it on the pipe there. And yeah, it is mostly covered. But then I did keep that little bit of the silver peeking through there. That is what made it. Yeah, definitely work to be done compared to my original attempt at it. We've got that streak of silver running through it that really sells it. Yeah, okay. Stuff to learn. I need to, yeah, very much strip that back. I was, yeah, too liberal in some of these areas, so food for thought, and I will study up before I try this again. But I had fun working with him anyway, first time in a very long time. But yeah, I definitely do prefer what I've got going on here. I should have had a look at this before I actually started working on it. Damn it. I was trying to go from memory. Alright, well, next time we will challenge that again. Alright. Well, that being said, I'm gonna wrap it up for the day here. I will catch you guys all later. Thanks for sticking around for it. This is slightly longer than usual. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. We'll be streaming again tomorrow starting same time. So yeah, I'll see you guys all later. Bye-bye.